So you're gonna get into, you're gonna start seeing within maybe 30 seconds or a minute so, okay? So I will see you at 3:30 and we are going to have fun again, okay? All right, bye everybody. Have fun today.
Bye.
I will see you at okay. Hey. Okay, today, let's see how many people signed in. Okay, just now. Okay, everybody. Uh, I think overall everybody did kind of very good. And another thing that I wanted to mention, somebody was kind of all quarter because she said that she didn't like her painting. Because I think it's the only one thing I see is that she's it was kind of too much contrast between dark and lighter area. There's almost none. But if you look at this one, I printed out this one different way because the painting doesn't have to be what it is. Just make it until it kind of like you like. This one is a little lighter, I was going with. But I printed out this one, it was kind of dark. Can you see how dark this one is? Kind of comparing this one to this one, how dark this one and how light this one. So for me, it doesn't mean this is bad and this is good. It just like this one happened to be darker and this one just happened to be lighter. And that's all there is to it. So when I do this one, I can make it darker or lighter. I think it's either way it's going to be fine because the background is darker. So today we are going to go darker this one. So if you have a too dark here and you don't have any color here, do you remember we just dippity dip on this one, red and yellow and lots of gray, the background color into it. So you add this one so your dark is not going to be too dark. I think that's the only thing that you have. And if you make this one, it's kind of overall darker and kind of if you have too much contrast, mean your lighter area is too light and darker area is too dark. So keep some of the light as a highlight and introduce some mid-tone. Then middle tone is gonna kind of bridge gaps between light and dark to make the just kind of transition is kind of pretty good. Because lots of the time it doesn't, it has too much contrast. That mean you're having too much. There's no between kind of that value. So it's like a black and white. It doesn't have any contrast. There's kind of between gray. That's what you need to introduce. Okay. So. So today, so we did this one, kind of most of them, everything. Okay, I think so I'm gonna go for the lantern, okay? Lantern hat is kind of lighter. I want to keep it this one a little bit lighter. I don't want to go too dark. When I go dark, I go really dark. So I try to control myself a little bit to make lighter. All right, not this one. It's too dark. And I talking with some of the people who lost this kind of little bit of a light, because of what I want you to do is, when you have a red under it, yellow will not come out as a brighter. You see, so if you think you lost this yellow part too much, and it's kind of everything is overall too light, it's kind of too red, you can actually scrub some off underneath, and you can reapply permanent yellow light, lighter yellow, and you want it to apply a little thicker, not just too watery, okay? Then it's gonna bring out the that lighter color. So I have it's kind of wet, so I can't use it. I can just kind of keep. I'm gonna use now. I am going to use very skinny brush, which is number 4. Because yesterday I developed everything. Can you see? I kept the light and then I made it this one darker. So I am going to, instead of kind of, so I did this much and I'm not going to change it. I'm going to accentuate kind of when I'm finalizing it. So I'm going to use, because of this, usually if this one is kind of dark, I have to use the alizarin crimson. But this one is kind of lighting up. I think so I can use permanent rose to make this one little bit, the vein coming out dark. So when I'm doing this one, I'm going to mix with this kind of color like a little bit. Can you see I have a very little bit pigment on my brush. And I have some drawing here, so I might try to follow this one if it works. I thought maybe it might be okay. Can you see that when I do this one, I see myself, this one is kind of the line just disappearing. Coming out, this one is okay. So this one is here. This one is here. So when I'm doing this vein, I am doing it this one very light, okay? If this one's kind of stand out too much, you're going too strong. You want to go this one very light. And the top part doesn't do anything. So what I need is I need the alizarin crimson. So I'm just going to do this one lighter one first. Maybe dark first. Shape it first. See, I'm changing my mind. Okay, so I have little darker one, the alizarin crimson. I'm not adding any dark. I'm just using alizarin crimson, okay? If you use this one dark, it's become too strong. Yeah, the alizarin crimson works better. All right. So, but I'm not going to use the alizarin crimson on the lighter area. Only where we apply this darker. So depends on what kind of painting you have, darker or lighter, because mine is lighter. So if your painting is too, it's kind of very dark, and then you need to use alizarin crimson, okay? And when you're doing alizarin crimson, it doesn't show, that means you have to adding something dark. That means dark means not blue. You add sepia to make chocolatey blue, to kind of chocolatey black. So this area, I'm going to go, this one, this vein is darker. This is the darkest one. Can you see it? So I'm going to create this one. using alizarin crimson. Can you see? I'm not using watery color. I'm using this one very, almost no water. Okay, less water. If you have too much water, you are not going to have the lines kind of control. Not only that, you are not going to have a strong color. So almost no water, using smaller brush. Then I don't have to worry about making mistake, making it darker. So that's going to be darkest one. And if I see it, the other side is a little darker. Can you see it? This one I have a highlight, but other side. So this one, can you see? This is going to be a little lighter. And I'm going to introduce a little bit of a vein on the other side. So when you are doing this vein, make sure it's not standing out too much. If it stands out too much, that means you are doing too strong. Just disappear, but it's there, okay? And I think this one is another dark one right here. And I know everybody tried to catch up with this one, and it's kind of it's overwhelming. So if you have kind of a little bit of time, and if you wanted to go back to see what can be different or something, and if there's a time that you have, you can actually go back to see it. So it's kind of only one thing I don't want you to do is just kind of stressed out, because this is not like life in that situation, okay? Lots of time we take it this one too serious. Okay, upper part I'm gonna go a little bit darker. So when I kind of walked away, I see a little bit of a line, kind of strong one that I see it because it's just like this, but other area I'm not seeing it. I see it, but it's not stand out, okay? So that's what I want. Actually, upper part I'm using a little bit darker. So when you use this kind of little darker line, that's when actually start having a little more translucent, because this dark against the light, it kind of give you that another dimension of that kind of seeing through. And when I do this line, I'm not doing this zoom, 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 okay? I am, see, if you look at this lantern, line is like this. Cut like a straight, little crook. It's never a straight line. Can you see? I'm just mimicking this one a little bit. Crooked line, okay? Crooked. Like a not straight, but it's kind of bended little by little. I think that's the right word, bending it. Okay, so top part, I'm doing this one a little bit darker because when I was using permanent rose, it wasn't showing much. So I wanted to I don't want it to show too much, but I wanted to show a little. All right, and another thing is this edges. And I'm gonna go that area a little bit, oops. Little bit even Scarlet Lake. You see, so I can clean out this one a little bit better. All right. If it's too light, I'm just kind of covering this one up a little bit, but I think that's pretty good. And it's going under. I'm going to go this one even Scala like very light because I don't want it to stop. I wanted to do it this one all the way down, but lighter area, I'm going a little lighter. So instead of using red, because this is kind of very yellowish, I'm using Scala Lake. Because the Scala Lake has a lot more yellow, kind of yellow in it. All right. So my line is kind of a dancing around between. I'm not going this one like this. I have this wedges right here, then I am kind of applying this line between, okay? Kind of all over the place between, not straight all over. I'm not just kind of making a crisscross all over the place. All right, then I'm gonna go this edge, kind of bottom part. It's kind of a little bit light, kind of lighter area. That one, I'm going to use a little bit of very light green, permanent Hooper's green. Can you see? This one kind of give you a little bit of fresh looking. All right. I just picked this one up. Like this. Okay, let's see, this edge is a little bit too light. And this area is a little bit too light. And I'm going to keep this one just as is, like a white. So I'm just going to keep that light as a strong. All right. And I think so. I'm going to finish this one off too. Mine is where center is going to be darker. And I'm going to go, oh, where's my yellow? Okay. And the outer layer is kind of a white, but I'm going to apply yellow. Can you see edges? When I apply yellow, it starts kind of a little bit glow better, okay? All right, so this one is kind of done. It's like lots of light, and there's a little bit of vein kind of coming through. It's kind of give you that little bit of more illusion of a translucent kind of a feeling to it. So let's go for the other one here. Okay, I'm gonna show you this one close up, okay? So if you wanna have a screenshot, I don't know, so kind of people say screenshot, whatever that is. So I'm not overdoing it, but if I did this much, okay? Can you see better? All right, so I think, can you see, I'm just kind of doing very little. I'm not overdoing it. And lots of time, we overdo things, kind of makes it a little kind of harsh. So don't overdo it and spread around. So this one I'm going to use this way. All right, this way I can actually have some palette to show. And this one doesn't have much because I see a little bit of a line, because I'm going to go, this one is permanent rose. I have, instead of a kind of darker, I have a kind of lighter line, but I'm just going to decorate it. Why not? And this one right here too. Actually, this one has to go this way here. And a little darker. This one doesn't have much to do because it's small and it's kind of inside. So edge is going to be a little bit darker. Because this one is line is not going to show much because it's in the sunlight is not hitting directly. See? So I'm just going to have a little bit of a, instead of a naked, I'm going to have a little bit of a line. Okay. And kind of remember, this is my touch, okay? Everybody has a different touch. You might have a heavy hand, you might have a lighter hand than me. Just try to learn to make things work, okay? That's more important than making look like mine, okay? So here, I'm gonna go for this one. I didn't have to do too much, and it's done. And this one is the line here. And when I do this line, I'm not going straight out. Can you see this one is round? So your line has to be just kind of curved too, okay? I made it this one too dark, okay. I need to change the color a little bit because of this one. Can you see? I made it, this is lighter area, and I made it this too dark, so it stands out too big, too much. So I'm going to kind of dip this one off. I'm going to have a paper, Kleenex. And if we have a strong line going through straight, just break up this one a little bit, okay? Because that strong line might be too much. There's a lots of a fine kind of line to it, but I'm not gonna do too much because it doesn't have to be. I think it's just the original when I did it, and it's like after I did it, oh, I wish I hadn't done it. So if you want to do it, it's up to you. I cannot even stop doing it. And only one thing is I'm not going to lose my light. I like my light. This area, I'm going to go with a little darker, alizarin crimson. Maybe this one here. I just want to push this part a little bit back. So. Okay, and I'm gonna use the green. Very lots of water. Okay, you don't want to make this one too strong. Green. Okay, just lots of water. Just a hint of green. Let's mix it with a little bit of yellow to make this one look like fresh. I just picked. All right, that looks good. All right, it looked like a mandu, like a dumpling. I just made a fresh dumpling. Okay, this one is kind of here it's lighter, but I'm gonna go that darker. Darker center is gonna be darker. Even green is gonna be darker. So here, I think it's at this area. Do you remember yesterday I kind of scrub off this area a little bit to kind of give it that light? So this area overall is kind of overall darker. So I want to push this one much, much darker. And this one, we used this one yesterday. It's kind of darker color of the even almost blackish. So let's see if alizarin crimson can overpower this one. You see, I think I have to see it dry out because it's a little muted, so it might kind of bring out this darker to brighter, darker, deeper, darker, but I'm not sure. Let's see, I want to see this one in a clear setting. I think this one is not going to show up like how I wanted to show. So what I have to do is, okay, I'm going to actually, alizarin crimson, I'm going to, right now it's kind of looks a bit too muted. So I wanted to bring this one out a little bit vibrant. Darker, but it's vibrant. And after that, I'm going to go a little darker color to create this detail. If I don't do anything, it looks like I neglected. So even darker area, I have to do the detail I wanted to do. But with a darker color, to change the color, okay? So I actually add a little bit of alizarin crimson on top to bring out that little bit of a clean, brighter side of the this. All right, and I'm gonna let this one dry, and then I have to, and I'm gonna go for this green. Is gonna be green anyway, so instead of a white, I want to have this green. If you have it, you just kind of do it. If you don't have it, don't worry about it. Okay, I just want to push this one back. All right, that's kind of pretty good. Before I just kind of forget, I wanted to go for the same because usually the smaller area I tend to just kind of ignore, but this one we're gonna do it. And right now I have a little bit kind of greenish tone. I don't know, it depends on what kind of color you have. I like my stem to be a little bit greenish and yellowish. If I have a too brown, it's gonna be look like too old, because I wanted to make this one a little fresh. So I'm gonna go this one, little bit of a yellow underneath one more time, okay? This is gonna be cadmium yellow, actually even deep. And this one, I'm gonna go center, and maybe a little bit of under. Okay, I'm not going top, just gonna go under center area and bottom because we scrub this one to make it a little lighter, so you can actually go this one better. And after that, this area right on the underside, I'm gonna go with Scarlet Lake, especially right close to lantern, because that's the area, lantern is going to be kind of showing through it. Okay, I think that looks good. And this one too. I want to go a little bit yellow because that mine, I have a green, is a little bit too washed out looking, so I'm going a little bit yellow to make it a little greener. Green bit, a little bit of a live. Okay, I'm gonna go with this one all over. I just want to get rid of this whitish looking. I think that's better. And I'm gonna go this red under right here again. And this area, I'm gonna, okay, I have here too. So underneath is kind of a little bit of red is better, kind of Scarlet Lake, and this one is gonna be dramatically. So I want stem to go with everything, okay? I don't want stem to start separating it too much, because you don't have to say, this is my stem, this is my lantern, this is my silver. You want it to be everything goes together. The only one thing, because all those different elements, only one thing is going to make it go together is you're mingling the color, okay? I'm going to go with this yellow here. Mingling the color means it's not like you're mixing it all the time. You're applying color all over the place. If you have yellow here, yellow goes there. If there's a green, the green goes all over the place. All right, this one is actually going to be top and bottom all over the place. Even top. Yeah, that's better. This one is going to be darker, so let's put this one red all over, and we can go dark later. Okay. And this one is actually stem coming towards this one. So I can actually use a little bit of red. With a yellow. Maybe I'm going to use a little bit of green too. From the back side. Okay. While I'm doing this one kind of dried out. You see, I think it's kind of dark enough, but I want to introduce a little more dark on just top area. That means Allegiant Crimson is not going to show up because it's so dark. This is the time I have to add a little bit of a sepia. This is the sepia. And this is kind of dark brown. And I'm going to add this one to make it dark red, chocolate red. Do you remember that chocolate red yesterday we talked about? Allegiant Crimson and sepia. If you use blue, lots of time people add blue to make darker on the red. If there's a red, and if you kind of, our mindset is usually like, oh, there's a darker area, I need the blue or purple. And when you're painting lighter color, the adding blue to just kind of push it back was kind of pretty good. But when you're painting darker paint, kind of richer painting like this, saturated painting, sometimes if you use kind of blue, it cancels out the red to like a more kind of a light. So it's kind of a purplish. Can you see? So it's kind of, it has create, if you don't have a good undercoat, usually create like a more whitish. Can you see it? It's kind of, from far, it looks cancers out, so it's kind of pushing it back. But when you get closer, you see kind of a little bit of kind of dirty looking, kind of dirty or maybe just muted looking. So it's just kind of, some area has a vibrant color, but the muted area doesn't have any color. It pushes back, but it just kind of doesn't have any vibrance to it. So if I use blue, this area is going to cancel out, and it kind of looks a little rotten looking. So I'm using sepia, and develop this top with this darker. Then I push it back with the dark. And backside, I'm gonna leave it here. So I'm just gonna cut this one, just kind of a little bit too fresh. A little bit too fresh. I want to make fresh. A little bit this is too fresh. Which way I want to go, I don't know. You see? So I'm just kind of making this one. I'm gonna have this little more detail too. Let's turn this one around. Okay, I think that's better. Can you see? Because my hands wasn't working that direction. And not too much water, okay? If you have too much water, you're gonna have like a your line. If you have lots of pigment, it's gonna be too thick. And if you have not enough pigment, it's too much water, and it's gonna then not the strong color. You're gonna have just kind of little mush color, okay? I'm just having this one a little bit kind of web, kind of like a spider webby looking. So it's kind of give you a little bit of a detail. All right. And I'm gonna go this one a little bit lighter here because this one is a little bit lighter. Okay, so I cannot go this one dark color. If I go this one dark color, it's gonna stand out too much. So I changed my color to a little bit lighter. This one is even already strong. Okay, I think this is going to be end of the this one, and I think stem is done. So I wanted to create stems being a little bit, because if you look at the stem of the what do you call this, the lantern, they are not just round, clean round. They're like a little bit. It has a groove. I think so. This is what you say, groove. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add alizarin crimson into hooker's green. Can you see alizarin crimson? Even if you wanted to use, where's that? Sepia. So if you have a Viridian or Dalo green or hooker's green or anything, you can actually, if you add Prussian, burnt sienna, it's gonna create sappy green, kind of lighter sappy green. But if you use alizarin crimson, it's strong, kind of a green, like olive green, but it's stronger. And you can actually add what do you call sepia, and that's gonna be a little warmer, kind of a gentle, strong sappy green. Okay. So can you, I don't know, you can see this one or not. So this is the where alizarin crimson here, and this one has a little bit of a sepia in it. It looks good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this one and this green. And I am going to create a little bit of a line in the, can you see here? And I'm going to create maybe just 2 lines. Can you see it? It's kind of 2 lines. Little thicker. All right, that looks good. And actually center can be a little dark, but I just wanted to create 2 lines, okay? See, I'm holding my brush tight, okay? So instead of going, can I say, I think so. This one was kind of a, and here. It doesn't have to be straight, but this is the illusion of a kind of a. This might be a little stronger. This is all those behind scene you are looking at. Yeah. This one is coming from behind, so it's going to be darker. All right, that looks good. And here too, I'm going to start. So this one is kind of another. So instead of going straight, I'm going sectioning it. Can you see? I am stopping right here because this is where the stopping point. And this is the where the lantern. I lost this lantern. It's not here. I think this one is for this one. Okay, this one is lantern, but this one is kind of start right here. Right here, like this. Okay, and I think so I'm going to make this one. Oops. It's a green. This one is kind of stems to this, okay? I make a region. So when I'm doing this stem, I am making little darker behind the lantern, so it's kind of push it back, okay? I'm going to go this one this way. And this one is going to be long one. I made up the long one. All right. I don't have to go this one straight. Can you see? I'm just kind of cutting it out, like stopping and going, stopping and going. This one doesn't have to be. That's better. Okay. It's lighter, but I think that's okay. All right. So that's going to be all those, except the silver. Everything is kind of done. So I will give you some time to catch up, okay? Because we have good time. Okay. All right. That sounds like these days I've been watching, makes me feel better. I watch Mr. Robert. Oops. I tried to make it better and I'm making worse. And there's a captain always said like, all right. It sounds like the captain, the mean captain, I think, yeah, he's a captain. This one is kind of embedded into it somehow. I'm going to make this one light spot. Not good. I'm just going to keep it this one. I'm going to make an ant. So kind of crawling into this one. All right. So now this is kind of done, right or wrong. It doesn't matter. It's my painting. I like it. Remember, I don't want you to say I don't like it. Then it's this is your painting, your heart and soul. You know, say you don't want it to abandon your heart and soul. You want it to like it. Okay. All right. Okay, before I start this one, I wanted to talk about this frisket. Do you remember when you have a frisket? I don't know, sometimes I talk to this one everybody and some people kind of listen, some people not. But I religiously put, after I buy this frisket, and I never dip it out from my bottle. I always kind of put it out in a little container that will, usually containers look like this. You see the little one, I just kind of put it out. I don't even put it out lots of them because if I have lots of them, before I use everything, it just start hardening it. So I just have a little and it's start hardening it. I change the container and I use the fresh one. And if this one, it kind of, when you just close without the strand wrap, it is not airtight. So slowly, you never even opened it. I think there's kind of shelf life. Sometimes when you buy from the store, if this frisket stay there for a long time, kind of a couple of years, it's already hard. Can you see? So you don't want, you just want to return that. So when I have this one by it and coming home, I always put this strand wrap and close it. Then this one you can just kind of until, can you see? I use this one, every bit of it. So I have only a little left and I can use it. So when I don't use it, I always close it with the strand wrap and just kind of put it aside, okay? So, and if you start hardening it, that means you are doomed. You have to just kind of toss out, and so you have to get a new one. And when you get a new one, protect yours with the saran wrap, okay? So, and now when I look at this one, can you see I didn't have this one strong kind of light, so you kind of push it back. I like that. So, and I think when I do this one, I have to make everything goes back. And this one, I have a little bit of a yellow, the stem, and this one doesn't have stem yellow, but still it kind of a little light. Now I see it. So I'm gonna have this one. What color? Maybe greenish. Excuse me. I start to have a kind of cute sneeze. I'm talking about something funny. I'm gonna have this one a little bit of a green, so my stem goes back to way back, okay? Before, when I sneeze, I make the whole room, it just kind of making noise. And I remember one time I saw, there was a one lady who sneezed, and she doesn't make noise, but she just make like this. And I thought, that's kind of interesting how they can make the noise. And what it does is, because when I'm making a sneeze, I hold on to it like, and sneeze, but it's hold my breath, and it just kind of hold, I have a kind of cute sound, like. All right, now, so you all finished? So main thing you wanted to see is, I wanted to have this one glow it because this one is coming forward here. So like I have this one, and I like this one being lighter, and this one push it back. And if you kind of squint your eyes or kind of looking at yours, take picture to see your screen, and it's that's all there's to it, okay? You have a stronger color and lighter color, or it doesn't matter. That's the idea what it is. And now we're gonna go for this, and that's what I am gonna go for that dark black. Where's my black? Gray black. I think it was kind of gray instead of a black. So remember we have the gray. The gray is actually kind of a darker version of background. I think so I'm gonna use black, okay? So my black is actually, if you have black is not just kind of black. So this black can be bluish black, purplish black, reddish black, if you want greenish black, if you want to, okay? So I have this one, and I think this is the color, it's kind of purplish. I think maybe this one is kind of brownish black. So I don't want brownish black because I have this one a little bit of kind of purplish tone to it, greenish, bluish, purplish. So this one is brown, and I don't want that brown, okay? So I have to mix a little bit of blue into it. And is this blue? Yeah, this is blue. Can you see this is kind of blue? So I'm going to mix it into blue, this one. We don't need much of a color here. We need just little. So I'm gonna mix this one, a little bit of a bluish black. All right, that's better. Kind of bluish black. So probably that's gonna be it. So now I'm going to start finding where the darker area is. And I'm gonna start from here maybe. And when I have this one darker color, I can actually clean out my Frisket line being a little bit too jumpy, okay? So this part is darker. So I'm using number 4 because I'm gonna get into this one. It's maybe a little bit too small, but I think it's only for this part, just small. Here. And I can actually clean out my edges. So Frisket line can be a little bit choppy. Can you see it? So this is the time I'm cleaning out my prescale line. And I am introducing the dark to shape some of the score and whatever that is. You see, you don't want it to get rid of it. You don't want it. You want it to save it, whatever that you have. You work so hard to make this one line. Okay, save it. But I'm introducing right next to a little bit dark to sparkle a little further. You know, I like this online kind of painting new one thing because only one thing I don't like is painting same thing over step by step. But this one is when I finish this workshop, I have new painting. Isn't that great? So this is my painting. You are using my design. Can you see it? My sources, but still your painting is going to be different from mine because you start coming into your painting, okay? Don't lose who you are because that's what you is coming out. And what I'm painting is me, okay? Light-handed and kind of touches, whatever that is. But when you're painting yours, your personality comes to your painting, okay? It doesn't mean that's bad because that's just who you are, okay? Embrace who you are. And lots of time, okay, talk about charisma. If you think about the charisma, you know, sometimes crazy people keep talking. Some people start believing it. It's true. True or not, if you insist on it and keep talking, and some people believe, okay? You know, that's why the cult is, that's why, because they believe whatever they are, because they insist on it, not because that's true. Sometimes some people insist on it, and that's kind of strongly, and you start to believe. Some people start to believe. And painting is same way, okay? You insist that painting is great in the whole wide world. You insist constantly, and actually some people will start to believe because it's true, not because it's not true, because it's true. But when you okay, now after I apply this black, some of them lines are a little bit too light. So I have to, instead of waiting for it, I'm gonna do it. And you see this line is kind of too strong and I wanted to push it back. So even now I'm constantly start working. Can you see, even now I start correcting it. I'm gonna make this one disappear a little, goes back. But I'm not making it black. So I'm using little blue to push it back. All right, that's better. So when you have your painting, don't say it's bad. Okay, then that become your mantra. But when you say oh, my painting is just awesome. And my painting is awesome. Can you see? And you start to believe it. And I think it's just kind of cult member. If you see the cult, I don't think that they're lying to themselves. Sometimes, actually, they truly believe. If you don't truly believe, and other people cannot believe, but when you truly believe in yourself and you start talking, other people start believing it. Okay? So, you have to believe in yourself first. Okay, that's better. Can you see? So I'm just kind of making this one a little bit goes away. And this one too, it stand out too much. Before, it wasn't standing out against the lighter area, but when I put this dark, this one stand out too much. When I'm doing this one, I'm not using lots of water, okay? Little bit, kind of, I'm using little water so my brush can move. Without water, brush doesn't move. So I'm using a little bit of water to make this one disappear, goes away, okay? All right. So life lesson, again, believe in yourself, faith in yourself. Okay, I want to say something about something, and I think I know I talk about frisket. Oh, other one is I'm gonna talk about that later. The kind of bottom part is a little lighter, and then I wanted to use maybe a little bit of red to make more fun instead of white. Yay! And you see, I'm having fun. I like that here too. Okay, so that part is pretty good. So this part is pretty good, and I'm gonna go for this area. I'm gonna choose right now. It kind of goes together, and I wanted to create dark so I can see how much I can go. This dark is so dark. It's kind of this dark is kind of a thicker version of background. Okay. So when I clean out my edges, actually they overpower the lighter area. But if you have too watery in your brush, it's not going to happen. Okay, that's how I see my things. I don't know how much I need, but when I put some color on it, and it's sometime I want to overpower, or sometime I don't want to overpower. Then that's how I see things with my consistency of the color. And this one is here. Actually, this part is actually pretty good. And usually, whatever that I paint, I'm not going to worry about it. Can you see it? I will deal with it when the time comes. It's just like life. Worry about tomorrow. It has, it's not going to do anything good for a mindset. So the painting too, I'm not doing it and worry about it. It's not going to do anything good. So when you are looking at it and you want it to work, instead of worried, let's see what I can do, kind of an attitude. Okay? I want to make this area lighter, a little bit of red, okay? Because my red is permanent rose. Kind of, instead of having a little bit of a white, you see, it's kind of give you this little bit of a reflection kind of look to it. All right, like that. And I wanted to do this one, finish off that, okay? So the handle is going to be done. And I made it this one. Okay, this is the time to do the correction. Can you see this line is coming up right here? And this one is kind of just shooting out. This one is going wrong direction. So this one is supposed to be background. Can you see? So I'm going to correct this one line now. All right. Better. So this one is going to run straight up. Yeah. You see, this is kind of swirl. So because I need a lot of small line, can you see I'm not using big brush, I'm using smaller brush. I think it looks good. Yeah. See, so I just kind of entertain myself when I'm painting too, because it's so quiet. So I'm like, that's good. All right, and I'm gonna go to my, I'm just kind of, all right, so I'm gonna go with this one. Here, can you see this area is darker and this area is darker? And some people actually made it this one dark and this one dark and this one dark. Like, I am too dark and it doesn't go together and it's gonna complain, it's too dark. And now I don't have dark, so I need to go darker this one, okay? So when I go darker, this one is, I'm gonna use a bigger brush. Because the undercoat, because I think so what happened was you went dark right away too quickly. And right now, I'm going to go dark because I don't have to go to kind of, right now it's darker, but it's kind of a little reddish. So now I'm going to go dark, so it's going to be deep and saturated. Oops. Because underneath the coat is redder, so this black is not going to be black stand out too much. Not because I'm not using black, I'm using black, but its undercoat is working with it, okay? And it's this one is going to be even not too create this little bit of a light, and this one is a little darker. And this dark is actually kind of decorate until you decorate the area. Don't use too much water. You know, in the beginning, I say use a lot of water, lot of water, lot of water. Not now. Now is the time to you wanted to make the color stay where you wanted to with less water. And after I apply this dark, can you see this line is kind of a little bit too strong? I wanted to have this line, but this is too strong. So instead of waiting, you know, usually if I'm dealing with the middle of the stage, I will not do this one. But now we are just kind of moving on to just kind of finishing up this one. I'm gonna go with a different, a little more color. I think that one is kind of a little redder, but I want to go with this one a little bit of a scarlet-like. So one of those is going to be stands out. You see, the scarlet leg is going to be lighter, but it's not going to be like a white. Okay, that's better. Yeah, I like the color. See, I'm entertaining myself. Yeah. And I'm going to go to the larger area. Maybe it's with kind of, since I have this brush. So I'm going to mix with a little blue, so it's not going to be too browny. I'm going to go this center area. I don't want to go this one too dark, but I want it to actually have a little bit darker than what it is. I'm going to add a little bit of water. Can I go this one? Because the frisket is off, I don't want to cover everything where I don't want to cover, okay? Just gonna, so spread around. Because at this one, can you see? I am not anxious to blend this one out right away, because at this point, because I'm not looking for a straight flat line, kind of blending it with the kind of too fine, because I'm just kind of blending it so it doesn't have a hard edges. So even if you went back this one a little bit later, you can actually blend it. I like this one being a little bit of kind of bumps, okay? And I think it's dark. I want to push this area, so it's kind of, this one is going to be neck area. And this inside, I have a white. I thought that's where all those kind of reflections start coming in again. So so it's kind of darker is better. So instead of a yellow, I will just kind of push this one with red, okay? So I usually kind of looking for a reason to make lighter, reason to make darker. Can you see it? So there's always some kind of element what's going on, and I don't have to be exactly what it is. If I find some reason to do it, that's okay. And this one is supposedly me reflection. I'm going to make a heart shape, okay? Bloody heart. Okay. You see, so now it's kind of, this one is a little bit, maybe a little bluer. Instead of just kind of red all over, I'm going to have this little bit of blue. This is what we are painting right now. It's not a silver, because we are painting in silver all those reflection, okay? In this area, I'm going to go with a little more blue, okay? Bluer, because that's the sky. Kind of backside is going to be the dry brush, okay? Okay, and I want to make this area darker right here. Because I have a larger brush in my hand, why not? A smaller area. So this one too, can you see it? I have a little watery, so I'm not, it's black, but it's undercoat is working with it. So see, if you have a kind of black so much right away, because you went to instead of undercoating it, and you went black so strong right away. So kind of, if you already have a black, you don't have to do it, okay? Darker. But now I'm actually applying this one very kind of a little bit randomly instead of having a solid black all over. So underneath the coat, some of them is going to show through it. And don't cover your lighter kind of interesting color. Just keep it, okay? And this one is going to be darker here. So whatever that we are painting is reflection, okay? So it doesn't have to what it is exactly. Because without reflection, silver is just kind of gray and no color. And this is going to be some of them darker. I'm getting too dark. But I can actually spread out this one a little bit better. And this part is darker, kind of overall. You see this area surrounding, it's a little darker. Make this one darker to kind of give you the punch. And this area is kind of a, before it had a little bit of a tablecloth, but this one is a napkin, so you don't have to have this one too. I will just make this one straight to give this reflection of the clean napkin. I think that's, so you don't have to worry about the lace thing, okay? I think that's enough. Better. All right, I think I did kind of lots of darks already. And instead of using bigger brush, I'm gonna switch it to smaller brush. And what I heard is like this audio is really good with this camera. And I think it's, you can hear everything. I wonder why they, kind of a little while ago, Actually, I was kind of painting and I wasn't talking and I was actually watching was a live stream that I was kind of testing how this one goes. And I was watching movie Dr. Zhivago. And I didn't think that this camera is going to capture, kind of pick up that audio because I was kind of I put very low the sound, but I can actually hear it a little bit, but I put it very low. And next day, YouTube sent me an email. My YouTube is blocked because that the soundtrack that they call a soundtrack that I used was Dr. Zhivago, and that's copyrighted. I'm like, oh my God, I put that one very low so I can just kind of barely hear, and it must have picked up pretty good. And I heard this audio is actually pretty good. So when I do something in a kitchen where I paint, it makes a whole raggedy noise. But that's, I think that is your background noise, okay? Okay, this is pretty good. I like that red. All right. And I think this one is, I'm going to change my smaller brushes. I'm not going to mess too much up. So can you see this this area is kind of started developing this one a little bit better. And I'm going to go this center area. Okay, I'm going to go this fade. Because I didn't do too much color here, but it's, instead of making this one too dark, what I wanted to do is, I'm just going to have accentuate a little here and there of the letter, okay? Oh, I want to search. I went to, where was it? I think it was a Tennessee. Did I go to Tennessee? Yeah, it was a Tennessee. Yeah, it was a Gibson County. I think that's where they were. I think that's what it is. It was so funny because, I watched sometime I watched the program, what they call Moonshiner. And they just go to way, way inside of the mountain. And they make that moonshine, right? And when I went to Tennessee, and I'm like, oh my God, there's a lot of too much tree. Like a tree, it's like pine trees, I cannot see inside. It was just so thick. And just I don't know why, I just keep thinking, oh my God, there's going to be moonshiner inside of that tree. That mount, that wood. And I just keep talking about the moonshiner. Oh my God, I think if we go inside, we're going to see the moonshine, people who make moonshine. And when I was coming home, somebody gave me something. They said the moonshine is legal, legal moonshine. I have souvenir, the moonshine, the bottle of moonshine, little. It's in my curio. Okay. So I'm decorating this one a little bit here and there, so it's show up a little better. That's my heart in fade. H. Okay, this one is here. You see, only one thing I'm not doing is I'm just writing it. I'm just letter. There's a letter, and I am putting there the color and just blends out. Just decorating a little, okay? All right. That's better. All right. So this you can, it's not like clearly what it is, but I see this something going on, and it's kind of, you can start reading it, and that's a fade in it, okay? So now I want to go for the center too. So this is the time I'm going to go centers. Like, I don't want to do too much, but there's some kind of indication of this line, and I will just kind of go this one, this introduce a little bit. Not all over the place, okay? Here underneath. This one is going to be like touch of, you're putting your mascara on your face when you're making out, you know, you're putting your eyeline on your eye. You don't want to put your eyeline all over your face, right? So this one is exactly same thing. You are just kind of putting eyeline on your face, your eyes. So be careful not to put all over the place. Just give that fun hint, okay? So I'm not blending it, this one here. I'm just gonna bring eyeline and move on. And lots of time we overwork because we try to make it look like. For me, I just wanted to give the impression of that, whatever that is. Darker here. So this is kind of embossed this. I just wanted to give this one side darker. So you are creating a little bit of light and dark. And this area, it's kind of reddish tone to it. It's red and yellow and kind of all sort of thing. So I'm introducing a little bit about black. And so I'm using very thin line, okay? If you have a heavy line, that's okay, but it's to make sure is that there's a consistency, okay? So the main thing is you just kind of, how should I say? I think this might work, kind of word is like fake it until you make it. Can you see? Keep doing it. I think that's kind of already pretty good. So here it's a little bit darker. And this is the time actually I decorate my hearts. Oh, I liked it. I just had an idea. And you see this, I have this fade just kind of scroll down here, and they look like a hat. And I'm going to have a hat with lots of flower on it. Yeah, Easter hat. And here too, because not much, because I actually did pretty good on the all those light and dark. So here I'm just going to add some dark into it. Because I can actually go this one very light, a little bit, because I kept this, my silver actually lighter than original one that I just kind of send out. Because I like this lighter better. Okay. Okay, good. This one too. a little bit, because there's embossing going on, and I wanted to make this one a little bit. You see, embossing means it's like a kind of coming in and out. I want to make this one decorate my heart a little bit more, because it's kind of, all right, this is my heart. You know. Okay. And this area is going to be, some of the lines going to be strong. Okay, this area is going to be darker a little. So I'm not covering everything up. Can you see? I'm just kind of adding a little bit here and there to make it a little more darker, okay? So if you do too much, you are going to overpower whatever that you do, okay? Don't do it that way, because then you are creating a whole new look. Just decorate what you have. So you don't want to go plastic surgery too much, okay? You're going to become kind of a little hideous. So don't overdo it. Less is better. Okay, that's kind of pretty good. And now I'm going to go for the foot. Mix a little more blue into my black. So it's kind of bluish black I'm using. And here, only darker area I probably gonna have is right here a little bit. Kind of a dark. There's where the foot kind of bended. And edges. Too dark. I am going to, you see this corner is too dark. I'm going to take some off. Maybe I can take one. Maybe it might be okay. So now I'm going to just decorate. This one has lots of a little flower in it. So can I frisket it like a little crazy? I will just kind of decorate later to make this. And kind of, this is has a lot of embossing on it. Can you see? So if you just kind of have a little bit of a circle right under your design, it kind of give you a little bumps, okay? Don't try to circle everywhere, just kind of half circle. See, it looks like lots of design. Right. And I'm going to do this one kind of now. The back side of the, I think shadow, I think that's a shadow. It's a little bit darker. Because right here is going to be shape of the pot. Can you see this edges where the meets the leg? I make that one behind a little bit darker. And this one is going to be back side of the, it's going to be a little bit underneath the darker, and foot area is going to be, I'm not going to do it this one a little bit, but all right. And here Okay, this area, I'm gonna go this one darker behind the foot. Can you see it a little darker? And I will go this after background is done. Kind of this shadow, it got a little bit too lighter, so I can actually push this one darker. So you kind of look at your painting. If that's the true, you do it. If it's you're already darker, you don't have to do it. You see, it's kind of you always look at your painting. I'm going to use a little bit smaller brush. It's kind of hard to cover this. My chair is squeaking like crying. All right, I think that looks good. And I'm going to go for this foot. And this is going to be darker. I think it's just I saw some of the people already made it darker. You guys are like it. Can't wait to make it go finer. So some of them is I saw some it's already done it, but I'm doing it now. So it's going to be darker. It's going to give you that shape, a little bit of kind of. So this darkening it instead of flattening it, I'm just kind of integrate design densely to make this one a little darker. All right. And here it's going to be embossing again, and this is actually darker design. That side is going to be darker. I'm going to push this one a little bit dark here, so that side is going to be a little dark, okay? So when I'm darkening it, I'm not making everything kind of all over flat. I'm just kind of using more design to make darker. Okay. All right. This is a little lighter, so just a little. That looks good. This one looks a little bit too flat, so I'm going to make up something here. Okay. I think so. I made it this time. It's very clean silver, which is good. And now what I'm going to go for that right here, and it's right now, it's kind of hard to, okay, maybe I can do that. I'm going to turn this one around, okay? Oh, before I do it, I wanted to create this, that foot is kind of became very light, so I wanted to go this one darker behind it. This is the back side of the foot. I cannot believe it's actually, I remember to put this foot, because the other one, when I do this one, usually I forget. Smaller thing. And remember, everybody's touch is different, okay? So if your touch is finer, work with your fine. your touch is heavy, work with your heavy. Don't try to mix like don't fight with what it kind of, lots of time what I see is kind of people fight because I want to be somebody else. But you will never change who you are. I decide to embrace myself, what I like, because I like detail. I think it's that one is I cannot deny that I like this detail because even when I was young, I liked the detail. And crazy thing is, I like the detail, and even when I was young, like even kind of as long as I remember, I was able to draw, look like, and it's kind of lots of time. People are amazed that what I can draw, and that's what I like. I didn't like anything else but just like a kind of detail. And that's what I wanted to do. And kind of that's what I do now because I start to embracing myself. This is who I am, and I will do what I like. Because at that I had a lot I always like this. So I never had a conflict because whatever that I do it's like a detail and as I just did. But I started having conflict when I went back and returned to school. I wanted to have I need a little better job and things. I need this. When I came to state, and I divorced. I was divorced, and then I thought, oh my God, what am I gonna do? Because I don't like this line here I created. I'm gonna get rid of that. All right, and I'm going to get rid of this one a little bit. And I returned to school, and then I thought, oh, I need to learn English, and I need some kind of a major so I can actually have a decent job, kind of some job that I don't have to kind of struggle too much. So I returned to school, and there was an aptitude test that they were doing. So I thought, okay, I'm gonna do some aptitude test. And I think so at the time, I didn't know how to, right now, I don't care. Like, only one thing I don't like is like writing, but talking to people, it's now I'm not that conscious about my English. At the time, I was. And I speak English better now than before, so I know more vocabulary. So when I was doing aptitude test, oh, it's kind of looking good, isn't it? All right. So I'm going to go for this hander. When I was doing the aptitude test, that they were asking so many different kind of questions, but I remember some of the question was like, do you like talking to interacting with the people? I do. But at the time, I didn't know how to speak English very well, so I didn't want to. So I said no. And it's one of the questions, something like, do you like to write? And I don't like, I think, writing actually I'm not crazy about, but definitely I'm not interested in writing because I don't know how to write English, right? Very well. So I say no. And there's a lot of questions, so it's there's involved in any kind of a question with English. I say no because I didn't know how to speak English very well. Home Depot incident, who knows what I'm going to say. And sometimes I get confused with, I think I have some kind of a dyslexic, I think it's a language dyslexic. Because sometimes I see something like, Viagra and Vigora, like I don't know how to read maybe, because I assume things like whatever that I wanted to assume. So sometimes I see like I have to be careful when I say it. If I wanted to say diary, sometimes it comes out diarrhea. And for me it seems same. It's not like different, but it is different. So that's the idea. So I say, oh, English, I'm out. So anything what compared to English, I say no, and I don't like it. and it's kind of talking to people. I don't like it. And I think there's a lot of question. Do I like to do something with my hand? If that's true, say yes. And kind of a lot of question, something that I can do without interacting people, I say lots of them things yes. And there's a result came out. I thought I was hoping you can become an artist or something, but result came out, I can be a florist. I said, oh, okay, that one is kind of is having to do with a little bit of a, hand, and I like to do flower arrangements. So I thought, it's not that kind of far. I think just kind of okay. But what I wanted to hear was, I can be an artist, but it didn't came out that way. So anyway, because maybe there's no option for the artist anyway, it's aptitude test. It's going back to kind of old people, kind of when I was kind of old, they're going back to, community college is not going to be a artist, because artist is going to be like not a good choice. So anyway, so I decided to major in commercial art. At least the commercial art, if I get a job, maybe, I don't have to write English much, but I just have to just know a little bit. And I can proofread. Anybody is wrong, they can tell me to fix the English. So that's what I did. And because I like to paint, I took all my drawing class, and I took all my painting classes elective. Anything has to do with the painting, I took it. That's when I was crushed big time, because there's a professor or instructor, we call it professor. I think it's now I appreciate what he did to me. But in the beginning, I was so crushed because I didn't when after we did drawing or anything, we there's a model sitting there, and he gave you a 20-minute, and he goes to smoke, and we just kind of paint. He came in, and it's we put him on the front, and we have a critique. And he was actually pretty harsh with my painting all the time because it was too detailed. Everybody loves it but him. And I think at the time, I tried to follow his instructions so hard, not because I like it, because I wanted to get an A. I don't like B or kind of C. So that's what I did. And I actually drawing class, every class I did, and he actually, first time that he asked me if he could use, at the time so we were using slide. So we have to save all our work, and it's show that a portfolio to get a grade. When we do that, he asked me if he could take the slide of the image so he can use it in a class. Actually, I actually like a tear actually fall down to my eye because I thought he hated my work. But he saw the progress in my work because I tried so hard. And I think he actually said, I am the one who knows how to draw and never miss class. Yeah, I know how to draw, and I am the one work hardest he has ever seen people, students. That's true. That's what I did. And when he asked me, he could use my drawing and painting to show, slide to show his class to talk about. I was honored, and then I thought, oh my God, I cannot believe it. But at the time, the painting that I did, drawing I did, is not like what I like. I wasn't crazy about it, but I did it. I made it a progress. I faked it, my feeling, because I don't like it, but I want to get an A, so I faked it because I don't want to get so criticized by the critiquing time. So I faked it big time until I make it. Actually, I made it, right? He liked my drawing, and he liked it. But I didn't. I did it. I understand a little bit, but I didn't like that paint drawing or whatever that he likes, what I did. because it wasn't me. So after I graduated, I didn't paint because I didn't like what is kind of what I like. Because of what I kind of said, because I got, brainwashed, and I think it's I want everybody to like my painting. But what I like, detail painting, wasn't good enough. That was my thinking process started coming in. So I stopped painting because, it's kind of whatever that I like is not going to be not good enough, and it's not good to wipe out or to even paint. So I stopped painting for almost kind of 3-4 years, and I start painting. I think it's kind of when I moved to Texas, and I was looking for a job, and I couldn't find a job. So what I do, I couldn't find jobs. So I started kind of painting. I think that's how I started painting watercolor. And before, actually, I painted more like a oil. And now I paint oil and watercolor is kind of half and a half. And sometimes more, sometimes less. But it's funny thing is, that's when I start to realizing it doesn't matter because that when you go to school setting, they are trying to break you to something new idea. That's why toilet can come into the museum. Can you see? Who's gonna think the toilet is gonna be like coming to the museum as an art? But that's what he's trying to open me up. Kind of detail is not everything. But in my brain, when I was young I liked the detail. So now, in the beginning, I was like, geez, I didn't like him. I didn't appreciate him because he makes me so so hard and cry. But now I understand what he's trying to say. At the time, I think I wasn't ready. So I tried to understand him so hard, but it come into my 1 year, I kind of seems to like understand, but I wasn't getting it. I wasn't listening. I wasn't kind of getting into my heart. And I think that's what he tried to say. And when I tried to say crazy thing, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be what it is or something like this. Now I say the crazy thing. That's what he probably said it, but it wasn't come to my mind. It wasn't coming to my heart. You see it? So now I understand what he's trying to say, and then I think I appreciate I think that's when I start to opening my eyes a little bit, brain a little bit different way. Before, I wasn't. So that was the beginning of my idea opening up a little bit. So when I say all those crazy things, I don't expect you to understand everything at this point because I think Korean say too, like teacher is coming when I'm ready. I think that's what it is. Whatever that I say when you are not ready, it's not coming to me. So sometimes some people say something when I'm not ready, I don't understand. That's what it is. But when I'm ready, I lots of time. Why didn't you tell me this one before? And I'm like, lots of time. I heard it so many times, but it didn't dawn on me. That's what it is. Okay, I'm gonna go this one darker. So I say sometimes kind of crazy talk. I said it because one of those days you're going to be like, oh, why didn't she say it? But when you hear so many times over and over and over again, even if it's you keep doing it, and even if you don't do it that way, you kind of start to understand. And I think sometimes that understanding is beginning of everything. I think it's a beginning, but you have to put your action to it. But that is the beginning. So, okay, I'm gonna go this one. When I'm talking crazy, and painting is kind of start happening so good. So painting is just like life. You see, don't control. I think I already mentioned, if you control too much, So if you look at close, this one, it doesn't even look closely what it is, but when you walk away, when I just kind of walk away, I love it because it shines, sparkles. It's my painting, so I have to just keep saying to remember, I love it. All right, can you see, I'm kind of cleaning out my this line being a little bit too, and this area too. I'm just gonna use fine line to I think these days, even the spam comes even, what do you call? Spam is even coming into the text. I cannot believe this craziness. Okay, this one. Swirl coming through here. I think I need to do the rim of the. This one doesn't have to do too much because I just want to give a little bit of a hint of a. And this side is going to be a little darker. So even it's kind of rim is at the top of this one. I'm not going this one too straight line. So some of them a little thicker, some of them a little thinner. Can you see? Just kind of give you the variation of that line instead of going everything once. And this one is going to be back sides a little bit too. You see, just kind of do little is better than you try to make everything look like, okay? Just give the light and dark. And this one, I think this is kind of behind, it's kind of a seam, so I don't want to make too white. Better. Okay, let's see. Looks good. This time I made a polished one. Okay, that looks good. And then I want to go the shadow a little bit darker because our background looks good, but the shadow is a little bit too light. So I want to go this one a little bit darker to push it. Kind of anchors it. Kind of this one is kind of pretty dark. I think that's pretty good underneath of them. Shadow of the back foot. And I think this one is kind of dark enough. I think I'm going to go the center, the lay right under a little bit more. All right. And I'm going to go this side darker. This one dramatically darker. And this one too. It's kind of shadow, but this one just happened to be a little darker than other area, okay? And I know that one thing that I have to do is just underneath of the that foot is going to be darker because right now it's a little bit too light. Missed it. I'm going to go this one too. This one actually a little bit lighter, but still. Okay. Now I say, I don't know how many times I say okay and keep going. But so underneath is this one. It's kind of, this side is okay, but this one underneath of the tablecloth is going to be darker, much darker. And I'm going to have this little crease a little bit darker now. All right. What time is it? It's pretty good. I thought I could be finished a lot earlier than this, but I think it takes a little time. Okay, I think this is kind of done. Okay, let's see. It looks good. All right, so this one, I said, I might do something later, but I'm scrubbing it off and it's kind of corrected. And this is kind of about, I think it's turned out pretty good how I want it. Like, and this time actually my tablecloth, that pot is cleaner and nicer. And I think it's pretty good. So usually when I do this one, I go crazy. So I make it a little darker. It's kind of too tarnished. But this time, I made it this one clean and nice. And so this is going to be end of the painting. So I will give you a little bit of time to paint this one. And I was going to give show, I think I'm going to do this one together, okay? So finish this one off. What time is it? Like it's 44. So it's going to be lunchtime. And kind of about 5 minutes. I will you can paint this one about 10 minutes. And I think it's about 55. I'm going to show you where I wanted to frisk it because I haven't thought about it. Okay, I haven't read this one before. Yeah. Okay, Pam, I don't know where you have time to actually type all that typing, because for me typing, I usually don't like email or typing because it takes forever to type because like misspelling and what. But anyway, it's a layer. You can, instead of kind of trying to go dark right away, lots of the time when you layer to make dark, the dark is much prettier than just kind of flat dark. Any other color is works that way. So think that way, okay? I think it's good. And I'm going to have something to drink, okay? Okay, I gotta copy. Okay. Is everybody doing good? Be yourself. You see, I have this blossom. I like it. I'm gonna keep it. This one I'm just gonna, because it's lighter. I like this one, and this one maybe I might make this one little bit lighter. Maybe scratch it off. If I scrub this one, I'm gonna have a white spot. Maybe I can scratch it. Okay, I'm gonna do that scratch off. Why not try? Exacto knife. I just want to make it a little lighter. I tried to lighten this one, it didn't work. Somehow it got in pretty strong. Maybe I'm going to make ants crawling. I will think about that later. And I think it's, I mean, I'm painting like this after, do you remember about 2 days ago? This one was white blank paper. But whatever we do, just kind of put some color on it, and something is happening. I think for me, that is like a magic. So it doesn't have to be exact. This one is not even close to whatever that I have. It's not like that. But it's just, being light and it's kind of dark to make this kind of an image. For me, that is just magic. I enjoy that. The moments and everything, whatever we do, is coming from first step. If we don't have a first step, when we don't do anything from the beginning, kind of first step, nothing's going to be happen. So it doesn't matter what you think, we just have to start having first step, and it's kind of keep going, and this magic happens, right? So this one is gonna, if I wanted to do kind of background one more time to make a solid dog, I will do that, because this one has a little bit of grayish feel to it. So if I want to have this one solid dog, I will just go this one more time with the black to make this one solid. But I don't have to here, okay? So this one is done, and I think it's 5. I'm gonna show, let's see. I have a drawing of, I think it's maybe after lunch. I'm gonna make this camera a little lower so you can see actually a little closer because this one is smaller size. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna frisk it. I'm gonna use the bottle, it's easier. Frisk it where the light is. Right here. I'm gonna make this one heart. Can you see it? Yes. Maybe 2 of them. 3 of them. And that's my highlight. And I have one highlight here. I'm gonna do that. And this one I'm gonna make sparkler. So this one has a little bit, I don't know what this one is. And here, right here. And this area is kind of large, so I'm not gonna worry about it. Right here. And move on to this one. Can you see this dot? I like this one. Dot here. And this one here, and another heart. Look like shamrock. You see this one is here. So I see little dot. Can you see it? Little kind of a flickering light comes up, and I'm just kind of making this because this marble is not like a expensive one, cheapy one, so there's a lot of air bubble in it. And this larger area of the white, I'm not going to worry about it, okay? Because that one we can just paint around it. I think so I have this one. I'm gonna make some star. Look like a knight. Okay, and then I'm going to have here maybe a circle. And do I know this one is going to be right or wrong? I don't know, but I just kind of do it and I just deal with it. This is my first step. Okay, and I think this bottom, I have this light. Okay, let's try this. Maybe a little bit. Little bit. You can scrub this one to smooth it out. So I think that's enough. I'm going to have some dots. All right, I think that's going to be the frisket. And if this is right or wrong, it doesn't matter because I don't know where I'm going, but I have to start someplace and this is my start, okay? So I did this one and after lunch, this is going to be dry out. Then we can actually start painting, okay? So now it's the lunchtime and I will see you at 12:30, okay? While you're having a lunch, I'm gonna lower this one, our camera a little down, so maybe we can see this one a little closer. So. think that's pretty good. I'm here to entertain you with singing. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Okay. Okay, so 30. So only one thing you cannot say about me is like, oh, she was like 10 minutes late or 20 minutes late, because I am right on time in front of this computer. All right. I first get this one here and there. It doesn't mean that that's just kind of exactly what it is supposed to be. Do you remember first step? And I wanted to talk about why I'm applying yellow. I'm going to talk about this. Because sometimes the composition, we are just kind of, we haven't talked kind of composition. Lots of time people say to use 2. So this one was 2. Actually, I like it as is, but this one is going to be clear. And what I decided was, I think it's if I do the background, this is going to be a little bit of a white line here. It's going to be right here. But this one, I'm going to use this shade of reflection underneath to just kind of push it out. Can you see? So without this one, it's right in the middle, 2 of them. But because of it, I'm going to go this reflection strong way. So it's kind of connect this one. So instead of just 2, for me, this is just 1, or it can be 3. But it's like, because of this one, it's not separated. Can you see it connect together? So visually, it's pleasing. For me, when it's visually pleasing, 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, it doesn't matter. It's going to be okay. Even if you have a 3, everything kind of separated, it's not going to work. Can you see? So this one is just exactly same size, 2 stuck right next to each other, and this shadow is going to be pushed out. So it's kind of, for me, this is like looking at just kind of one object instead of 2 objects. But I don't know. That's my. I think this is kind of. When I send it to you a picture, I got rid of this one. It's kind of make clear and white, and it's kind of like this. You see, I think this one kind of gave me a little bit of interesting effect to it, but I think I'm not going to try to do this. And background, we're going to think about this one later because I'm going to go very light. So when you look at this one, red. Can you see what you wanted to see? Red is yellow is going to be a good friend to your red. If you have a yellow, good undercoat of yellow, then your red is going to glow. But if you don't have a yellow undercoat, your red is going to be just flat. Okay, this is kind of orange red, darker area. It's kind of orange and crimson to even kind of darker sepia in it. And only one thing that I will not put yellow in it. Can you see this blue? Blue area is, there's no yellow underneath. So only this green area. So that's my idea. So first coat, I'm going to go yellow, and which is this one. I have a permanent yellow light. And actually I can see, I even have Aurelian. I'm just going to mix it because I wanted to use it up. So permanent yellow light, and cadmium yellow medium. Okay, I'm gonna go this one strong. I think it's here. So this is gonna be yellow undercoat. So everybody had a good lunch. So I'm going to go yellow. My middle name is Yellow. So that's what I wanted to talk about. I know that I wanted to talk about something while I was doing this. I know one of them was a frisket, and one of them is this composition. And make sure when you make composition, it's just kind of, there's going to be some drama in it. Okay? And some little bit about drama with the stir. It has to be a little comfortable. Okay, so don't make it too left side, or that one is kind of how can I know if this is left side and not kind of comfortable or something. I think everybody has their idea of their own style. You know, like everybody dressed different way, and when I think about it. And sometimes people say, oh, I don't know how to do the composition. And you know how to dress in the morning. And you're not going to put something yellow pants and it's kind of red top, or something kind of a drama on something. because it's kind of when you look at yourself, oh, this is kind of crazy. I don't like it. Can you see that is that you already have an idea. If you just kind of put it on and it's, you don't even know that what you why are you putting it on and you don't know what it is, then you have a problem. But usually you can't have an idea you like it or not. You see, painting is same way. Looking at your painting, your drawing, your composition, see if you like it. So this area is kind of more pinkish and it's kind of lighter. So I'm not going to put yellow under, because the yellow, if you have a pinkish, if you put yellow under, it's going to turn into orange. Okay. So where the orangey area, oh, this one could even just go all over. But it has a little bit of a purplish, that's why I didn't do it. All right. That's the yellow part of the this one. And you see, this one is kind of darker and it's red on it, but that red is almost like a purplish, and I think it is kind of magenta look like. So if you have a yellow undercoat, you are not gonna have that kind of magenta feeling. So you don't want to put. So yellow is gonna be your good friend when it's where there's gonna be green. Green, you need yellow. That one is like you have no choice. If you without green or yellow undercoat, your green is gonna be looks too bright. And there's, I think so I think because of that reason, I think there's a the yellow, I think the green named like a permanent yellow light or something. It has already mixed lots of yellow and white in it. But that color is kind of it's kind of out of a tube. It's kind of pretty, but it's just already too mixed up, kind of mixed with white and everything. So it's kind of too chalky. So I will just kind of go with more of a Hookers or Viridian or Thalo. I think this one was white. I didn't. So this is going to be my first step. Yellow. Okay. You see, so this one I have to dry because we don't have much time. I'm going to dry the hair dryer, okay? Oh, I think I wanted to see this one, this area. Can you see this one? It looks dirty looking, dirty reddish, but kind of purplish. That mean underneath has yellow on it. So why not try it? Unless you want to have a clean color. But you know, sometimes I wanted to talk about this one while we are doing this, because sometimes ugly color is needed. Everything is too pretty. The pretty is not going to be appreciated, because I talk about sometimes why orchid is so expensive and dandelion is just so hated by everybody. The dandelion flower is kind of gorgeous. It's beautiful. Actually, sometimes prettier than some of the orchids. But the dandelion happen to be very productive. I think they produce lots of seed, and they're just kind of doing, they're spreading out pretty aggressively, and they're actually pretty good with every kind of weather. So they grow everywhere. You know, we supposed to be appreciate that's the big step, but like because it's coming into the lawn and it's like they just go all over the place, and so many of them we don't like it. But all kept being a little frisky. I was thinking, not frisky, finicky. It's a very, I cannot grow in a cold, I cannot grow in a too hot and outside and inside or whatever that is. They're just kind of too much water, not too much water, and it's just kind of crazy, right? So everybody, actually, even me, we just put him in. It's kind of we just put this kind of special kind of a dirt and wood and as I just kind of go crazy over that orchid. And we actually didn't care much about the dandelion. So if you think about it, the dandelion is if the dandelion is kind of very finicky and it doesn't grow all over the place, and so you can see that is going to be very rare. So you just kind of see sometime in some corner, and it's just kind of very perfect kind of environment that dandelion comes out. Everybody's going to bring that dandelion inside a house and just going to try to grow it. Can you see? That's how it goes. I don't know. I just kind of, my story went into Bermuda Triangle now. I was saying something and I went something different. Okay, I want to say this is a Prussian blue. And I think that this one has a little bit of, let's see if that's going to be Prussian blue look. Yeah, I think that's okay. Yeah, this is a Prussian blue. And I think it's pretty good. I think I'm going to go this Prussian blue. I'm going to go this one. You see, I'm going to make this one lighter, kind of all over. Yeah, that's pretty good. Actually, it has a little bit of a, okay, so I'm just going to go this one first, and later I'm going to actually mix into ultramarine because it has a little bit of reddish feel to it. So I think it's just kind of, I went to the kind of different route. My study went to what I call it, Bermuda Triangle. I was going to say something. Oh, okay. So I kind of remember now why I started talking. In the world, there's always good and bad. There's always opposite side. I think it's kind of in Korea, kind of yin yang. I think it's kind of that. So always there's going to be good side. Not even it's bad situation. That's not all bad. There's going to be always a good side. Good thing is there. We just don't know it. There's always good thing is there. That's why the life is fair. I think it's just kind of for me. Life is fair. We are the one who reacted to it strongly for the something. So when you are doing this one, it's kind of transparent color, it's kind of clean and nice. But it doesn't mean only transparent color is going to be a good one, because there's going to be transparent color. I'm just going to keep this one now. If you don't have anything kind of little bit, I think that's why this color, this kind of story came out. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to go this one. There's going to be some color, it's not pleasant, a little bit dirty looking and muted and all that stuff. Because they're the one who makes transparent color or something clean color brighter. If we have everything so pretty, everything is so good, we don't know what is good. We have to know what's not good. That's when we start to appreciate what is good. And this one is kind of bluish. And I think this one has a little bit of kind of purplish. Can you see? All right, I did this one a little bit. I have a purple here. So, when we are painting, don't, I I think I have to mix this one a little bit of a blue to make it a little bit darker because too purple this one. Work with your, you know, it actually is kind of, it's not like always kind of clean color is going to come in anyway. And I'm going to blend this one out. Can you see the tip of my brush? I'm blending this one in. So it's kind of, I'm making it almost like spear to it. And I'm going to actually, even if I don't have anything, I want to make this spear at this side. I think I'm going to do the purple now. So. This is going to be darker, but I'm going to just start lighter. Blue, kind of purple, and I think it's Prussian blue. I'm mixing it. Kind of some of them are just a little bit blurs it up. If I want to take with the blurred effect, I can actually scrub later to make that one work instead of trying to kind of blending it now. Actually, this one is going to be clean and white. Okay. And let's see. Here. I'm going to do the blue now. It's dried, so that's going to be Prussian blue. You see, not exactly the same. It's just kind of similar, so that's what I'm using. I decide. Make your, I think it's probably might be good. Instead of making this, the blending so thin, it's make this one wider so you can actually have a kind of better spears, okay? I did this one, it's kind of too thin, but I think it's okay. So now, can you see I'm making undercoat. Undercoat. So this is going to be lighter parts of the all those, whatever what's going on. Because the darker one, we're going to go back more. But this is the creating lighter parts of the spear. So after darkening, we're going to go darker. And now after it dry, I'm going to go for the dark, okay? And I keep this one a little bit lighter, and I think this is kind of lighter. I'm just going to keep it this one almost, maybe I might need a little bit of color, but I might keep it this kind of almost just white. I'm going to let this one dry. Okay, I'm going to use hair dryer. Okay, I'm gonna go see YouTube if anybody says something, okay? All right. Okay. Right one maybe was kind of clear. There's not much. I didn't, before I did this one, I didn't see what the pen said. Maybe when I try, see a little bit stronger and get close better. Looking at the photo helps a lot to see where the mask could go. Okay, good. All right. Okay. So now there's not much masking. Can you see that? You can see the look at the your this. I think it's probably I have a better lighting on my left side, and right side is kind of a little lower. I need to make it a little higher. All right, I have a yellow, and now I'm gonna go for the red. Okay, can you see? I see some of the dark red, but I'm not gonna go with the dark red. I'm gonna go that lighter red. Okay, lighter red is almost like, what do you call that one? Scarlet Lake. So because if I try to make that dark red together, I'm going to show you something a little different. All right. We're going to go for the blue. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use Prussian blue. I'm going to go where the dark on top of yellow, okay? I'm using Prussian blue. I use this technique when I'm doing a red fabric. This is a Prussian blue. There's a some shape to it until here. So I'm just kind of blending this one out a little bit. The sharp edge is going to be a little bit less. Lighter color, actually I'm going to put this one, I think I even have a drawing for it. Maybe the connecting area might be a little bit darker. Okay, blue and purple. It's kind of generally, that's the same color we've been using, blue and purple. Only one thing we are not using is lots of gray, but I think that's the generally idea. Okay, this one is going to be a little bit of purple. I'm going to blend this one out to make it a little wider. Actually, I'm going to use kind of a little bit bluish, purplish, this one to just kind of cover this one overall a little bit one more time, because there's a frisket. This is what's going to make highlight stands out. on white against white, it's not going to be stands out. I will just kind of cover this one up light to make this highlight work. Okay, I think that area is covers pretty good. And this one, I'm going to, maybe it's too wet, so I'm going to move on to this one. This one, I'm going to go underneath strong Prussian blue. I think it's even lighter, strong, lighter color. But what's going to be lighter? I think so. If you have a turquoise, I think I'm going to use turquoise. If I find my turquoise. Okay, there it is. I like this turquoise. This one is a Snanier. I think that's how you say it. Snanier. And this is like a furted turquoise, turquoise green. Maybe it might be too, it's just kind of, sorry, because it's too light. And it's kind of too, I think it's going to be too, I'm just going to use a Prussian blue, okay? No, yeah, Prussian blue. I'm just going to go this one, darker. Against this. So this Prussian blue is going to be show very bright color, okay? The edges are, this marble edges are a little blurry. I'm going to worry about that later, not now, okay? Because I don't want to lose that strong color. Okay, I'm going to kind of blend only this side, so I'm not going to have a hard edge right here. Because I'm going to have another red here, so. Right? And I'm going to maybe blend this one out too. Blend this one here. So that lines are actually not that clean. All right, so I'm going to move on to this part. And I have this yellow, so I'm going to go with this Prussian blue, and then I'm going to shape it later. This one, you see this one actually, I'm start shaping it. It's a turn into a little bit of a green. So this, applying this kind of lighter blue. So make sure the blue is light enough to make this one turn into green. If you put too strong blue, it's going to turn into just blue, okay? So this one turn into a little bit of a greenish. So this edge is going to be lighter. I don't know how they this marble. I think for me it's fascinating. This glass fascinating. And this one is going to be very light. Later, when we go with the purple one more time, it's going to create a little bit of a muddy looking. You see, it's, in order to have kind of brighter one sparkle, we have to have mud. Not everything can be pretty. And sometimes I use kind of miss. I will just keep this one a little bit lighter. So you see, and just kind of see it turning. We can make this one darker later. All right, after that, I need to go this one. Can you see? I have this lighter color already set up. Can you see? So even I can actually go a little stronger, but just pretend that it's kind of enough. We can actually make it kind of correct it this one later. But now, what I wanted to do is You see, so I'm good because if I already have light, I only have to worry about darker area. I thought it's gonna, I only have to, yeah, it's kind of painting some dark, you see? All right, so it looks good. And I'm gonna go, my palette is just keep moving because of the styrofoam stuff. Okay, so now I'm gonna deal with the inside part right here, okay? Have some water. So don't try to do every element together. You know, sometimes if you have a kind of undercoat, if similar, you can actually go all over. But when you're started building up this one, you know, you have to put your house structure one side, kind of one at a time. You cannot just kind of throw them in a big pile and just hope for the best. Okay, so right here. So this one, kind of one at the time, one element at a time. All right. And now I'm going to blend out this one. Only here. All right. So this area might be wet, so I don't think I can, I don't want to touch this area, but I can go this one here. I think this might be too wet. Because if I wet, I shaped some of the stuff, it's going to disappear. So if I wanted to keep the shape, I have to stay away from it until it's completely dry out, okay? So watercolor is shift. I think it's a lot of time people say watercolor is just harder because you can, if you lose your light, you are actually kind of cannot fix it, which is not true. You can fix anything with the watercolor, but only one thing you cannot get out of it is you cannot get out of just kind of paper white. And who wants that paper white anyway? Because white is too much white. It's just disturbing anyway. So for me, kind of I do paint oil too, so I can actually say watercolor is actually easier, especially when you like to do detail. Oh my goodness, because I can control this brush, tip of my brush, and pigment. I can hold it as much as I can, but oil it doesn't do that. So just kind of don't think. I think it's just kind of dry. So. Hopefully dried. I think it's dried. Because I'm going to paint this one as my kind of pace. So please try to finish it. So you can always keep going back and see again. But if I don't finish this one and there's no nothing to that I can go, you can go back. So hopefully I can finish it. I will try to finish this one as roughly kind of, even if it's rough, I will try to finish it. Okay, what time is it? Okay, I think we can do that. So. Hopefully, I think it's maybe my bleed. So this one is actually, okay, I see some kind of purplish tone to it up here. I'm going to go this one darker first. Blue it. okay. All right, that looks good. And I'm gonna go some dark. This is kind of dark. I don't know where that dark. It's kind of blue, so I'm gonna apply blue. Kind of dark purplish, but it's wet or light. Because the only one thing that I have to worry about is if that is dry or not dry. Can you see this one is not dry, so it's kind of bleed, but I think that's okay. Because the color is going to be connecting together anyway. And I don't know, it's kind of what do you do with marble. But when we were growing up, marble was kind of our kids, that was our possession, like our kind of, we collect the marble. And I think it's kind of, I am a little bit crazy about this marble with the inside, all those things going on. When I was growing up, we didn't have this kind of marble. It was very rare. I think probably more expensive. But it's kind of, so we have a game, kind of a play, like we just kind of win it to, it's not betting, but we just kind of play to win this marble. So I just had a whole bunch of the marble in the can, and every day kind of play with the friends to try to win, not to lose. So and kind of we have a marble without any inside of this fancy marking on it. So this one was, I remember, was kind of, we can actually have to if we exchange it, we give 5 of them for the one marble, kind of this kind of pretty marble. And I came to stay, I don't know what, because after I left Korea, like I don't know what kind of marble they have, maybe fancy one, not like here. But when I saw this fancy one, I remember how precious the marble was when I was young. Can you see? It was. I had to work really hard to get this one pretty marble. And I went to, in the beginning, I remember seeing, I know the marble, but it's never occurred to me to kind of paint. But I didn't see the marble at the time either. And I went to one of those Boy Scout store because of my nephew. And there was a marble in a bag. I think it was only $1 something. And it was all those pretty marble. It's only $1, kind of 90 cents, 95 cents or something. And I went crazy. So I bought probably about 5 bags. And I couldn't believe it. I have that beautiful marble. And I think it's what happened was, I think it's now I'm thinking, I was thinking about when I was young, I have to trade 5 marble for that pretty one marble. And I have a bunch of them. And so what happened? That kind of a feeling happened. Gotta paint. And I like paint class anyway, so. All right, I think it's kind of, this one is done pretty much. It's kind of red. And I think that this one, the undercoat is kind of done. And I want to go for the, before I do this one, I have to make decision if I wanted to do my background or not. But if I don't do background, this white will not stand out. Can you see? But if I do the background, this white will stand out. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to go with the background, a little bit of kind of greenish, bluish, kind of mixed with yellow into this one. And lighter color, but I will go kind of loosely. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to be too perfect. Just kind of loosely, I'm going to apply it. Not too green. It's green, it's like ugly. I don't know, green is the kind of most unpleasing color, I think. I think I'm gonna even move, I'm gonna even put some little bit of turquoise so I can introduce a little bit of turquoise. I love turquoise now. I used to not liking turquoise. So I the cheesiest color ever. And I think it's I like turquoise because I'm getting older. Because when I was young, I never ever thought that I could wear something flower on the clothes because I don't like that kind of clothes. And I always like kind of wear clothes with a black or gray, olive, something like that. And nowadays, actually, I like clothes with a flower on it. And that's when I realized, oh my God, I think it's not because people wants to be crazy when we are older. We changes what we like. Oh, I like this one. Okay. Maybe it's too pretty. Can you see against white? I wanted to have this one in order to make this one a little ugly. Red, opposite color a little bit. All right. And you see, I don't want to make background too pretty. That's an extra. I don't want this to be stand out too much. All right, can you see it? Now this one is uglier. Can you see? See that this kind of, all right, I'm gonna have some more water and I'm going to apply this one loosely on the background. If I can actually apply it nicely, that's okay. Making a marking, that's okay. Okay, I think this is better. So I have this color, Prussian blue. If you have a turquoise, I think manganese, this one is a turquoise green, little bit, and little bit of a red, origin crimson maybe. So I'm gonna start maybe here because I am going to leave this area a little bit light white, okay, right here. All right. Oh, I like the color. When I do this one, can you see this white is going to survive? It's just going to stand out. Without it, that white is going to be just white, okay? I like that this picture because probably the background was kind of lighter too. Can you see? Because I chose this lighter background because we did darker black background already twice. So can you see this white start to standing out better? Just march it together. Okay, about the painting, that I think I mentioned a little bit about matting. I don't know, it's kind of everybody's different. But for me, when I have paper, whatever the size I have, that's my canvas. I don't think about that one. If I wanted to have some certain size, I will make it from the beginning that size and start working with it. Because usually I don't like to think I'm going to mat it over later kind of a thing. Because for me, it's just a little bit too much to think. I think what it is, I try to make everything simple so I don't have to kind of so many things going on in my head. Only one thing is going on in my head is I am going to make this painting work. Okay, color came out. It's very similar to this one, actually. After this, I'm going to hair dry, okay? And I left this one, kind of want to talk about this one. I left a little bit of white in the background because this area, without this white, this whole right side, it became a little bit too mundane. Can you see it kind of dead spot? So that's why I left this one a little bit of a white. So it opens up. Can you see this area has a nothing, and this white is going to be opens up this whole area. All right. So I am going to dry this one completely, okay? So we can start painting inside. Good. It's turned out pretty good. It's smaller one I can actually apply pretty quickly. This is my fingerprint because while I was drawing, I was kind of touching like this, and this was wet, and I touched it like this. So this is my fingerprint. All right, this is pretty good. Excuse me. All right. So I think so what I wanted to do is, I think it's time to do red. Okay. I have Scarlet Lake. I'm going to loosen up as much as I can so I can cover this whole area. And I actually can mix with a little bit of a permanent rose too, getting there. Scarlet Lake, permanent rose. Use it as much as I can. Do you think I can cover this one up with this? All right, now I am going to cover this yellow area with red, Scarlet Lake. So where the blue area is going to be almost like a shaded already. Thick, You want to apply this one thick, okay? You don't want to be too thin. If you apply too thin, the color is not going to show up better. Clean scarlet like. Actually going over a little bit clean red is good. So where the yellow is going to be clean orange color. Can you see it? It's very nice red. But where's there's no where's the blue, it's going to be a little bit, what do you call, kind of darker. So I'm kind of applied overall all over the place. Now I am going to, and I think this upper part has a little bit of a pinkish tone to it, so that one I'm going to blend it with a little bit permanent rose here. See, this one has a little bit of permanent rose feel to it. Pinkish. Permanent rose means kind of pinkish tone to it. All the way down. Okay, a little bit of a lighter color is gonna come in. And I'm making this edges a little bit fuzzies, and instead of just kind of sharp lined, I'm making this one a little bit fuzzy. Actually, I'm adding a little bit of a color to make fuzzing it up, okay? Less contrast. Okay, that's kind of a pretty good. And I'm gonna wait this one until it's completely dry. And if you look at this area, you see there's a lot of red in it. It's kind of dark blue, looks like dark blue. That means this area is kind of dark, kind of purple and red. Okay, so I'm gonna go this one with purple and actually permanent rose, but I have some kind of dark color here. I don't know what this one is. Let's see. This one is permanent rose, and I saw some area somewhere magenta in it, but it's like I don't know where that magenta is. Maybe this is magenta right here. Okay, I have okay. You don't see this one here. This is my red palette, and this is magenta. It look like permanent rose or magenta. I think it's a magenta. This is elegant crimson. So I'm gonna use magenta, and it is purple. And you see dark reddish purple. This is yesterday dioxazine and the magenta. I'm mixing it. And what I'm doing is I'm going to add this one here and there to give you a look like it's too strong, but I think that's better. You see, I am adding this one to give, but I'm not going to cover everything up because I'm going to, I think this is actually, I'm going to blend it, this one with a more Prussian blue. I think that's going to give a better, stronger Prussian blue look to it. Go darker, and I am going to blend this one with, it's more like this Prussian blue. Where's my Prussian blue? This one I used it all. I need Prussian blue, and this is the Prussian blue right here. Maybe this is the indigo. Let me choose. Okay. So I have this Prussian blue. You see it? So I am going to, just a little thicker, not too much water, and I'm going to mingle this one with the Prussian blue. So it's a too, I don't want it to be covered too much. Okay. Actually, I'm just kind of smoothing it out to give this. Okay, I think that's kind of pretty good. And I'm just going to leave it as is. And then I think this area is a little dirty looking, so I'm going to go purplish, dirtyish, whatever that is. If I need to dirty this one up, I can dirty up this one later. Dirtying it up is not a problem. I can always dirty up. Right? Dirty means like a darker color or kind of muted color. This one is going to be darker. I wanted to mark it a little bit. Blue. Prussian blue. And is it dry? It's not dry, but it's when I look at this one, it's too orange, and I like this a little more reddish tone to it. So I'm gonna treat this one a little later, okay? I'm gonna have a little more red, but I'm not now. I'm gonna move on to something. I wanted to make this one a little darker. You know, I'm gonna make this one a little bit wider. Okay. And now this one is kind of drying out. I want to move on to this one, so we can go a little darker. And now I have purple. I think this is better because styrofoam, usually I like to use it kind of for the clean some application, but sometimes some point if I need the color, it's just kind of moving around too much. So I move some of the dioxazine right here, and I'm going to move this one, mix it with a little bit of a Prussian blue, little purplish. I'm gonna go for this color because can you see this area? It's kind of muted, yellowish, purplish, dirty looking. So this dirty looking actually is gonna make muted yellow brighter looking. Seems. I think it's when we look at nature, it looks so. I think it's kind of if you are, I think some gardener. I don't know. My least favorite garden is English garden. You know, they have all those things kind of organized and all over the place, kind of a plant this thing. I'm not crazy about that kind of a garden, because it's kind of nothing to look at because it's already planted, just kind of organized too much. It's just kind of, it's not that, kind of not that interested. But I like the garden with nothing organized. It's just all over the place thing. It's just kind of something we can make up. Our brain, our mind can make something up. Because when there's so much information, I think that's what kind of, you know, realistic painting usually give ourselves kind of most of the information out there. So sometimes it's kind of hard to kind of enjoy kind of looking at things. Can you see? So there's no reason you try to make everything looks just like it. Because, you know, when I have the English garden, when I look at it, I try to, kind of, that one is kind of too perfect. The garden is garden. This painting is kind of, you know, same way, because I try to give something different than just maybe look like. Okay, it's making a mess on here. So when I painting out kind of, when I paint this one, can you see it right now? I have a yellow and red, but it's already, I'm gonna go, so already yellow and kind of layers already done, but this one is green, it's a lot stronger, and I'm not going to go yellow and green again. This is the time I'm just going to go green. But if this green is going to be so strong, I might actually mix with a little bit yellow to just tone it down. So I'm going to go this layer with the green. Okay, I'm going to go this way. All right. That's better. I'm just going to stop right here because this area is already wet, making a whole mess, which is okay. You see, I gave myself permission to make a mess, and I feel free. And sometimes if I try to be so perfect, oh my, I cannot be perfect, and I try to be perfect, that's the stress, okay? So I'm like, oh, who cares? You know, I kind of say that jokingly, who cares? But it's very strong meaning applied to myself all the time, who cares? It doesn't mean I don't care. I care, but it's like I try to loosen up my mindset. Okay, this one is kind of a little bit of a greener here. Can you see it? I'm going to go with that one later. Okay, I want to go this blue, but the Prussian blue wasn't kind of making it deep enough. And actually, I wanted to have this one a little bit kind of brighter looking to it. And I'm going to get rid of a, hold on. I'm going to wipe off my, because I like the palette. I wanted to use that palette. But this one is too gray, so get rid of some. Okay, I think that this time, what I'm going to have a ultramarine. Can you see ultramarines have lots of red, kind of stronger red in it? I think that's going to be more interesting because this one has red in it. Fine, why not? I'm going to make this one ultramarine. Usually ultramarine, they are a little bit reddish blue. And it has a stronger, actually, kind of a, and Every company has a little different color, but this one is Mizello. But this one is not the, okay, here. So I'm mixing, I like that spreading. Some kind of probably chemical does do that. I like this color better. Can you see this one? I'm mixing with the ultramarine and the, what do you call, Prussian. And I think that's what I'm gonna go with the dark, right in the center. Maybe even a little bit of indigo. Darker. Because I already have a two coat. Can you see? Lighter color, another color here, and now I'm gonna go for the darker. Yeah. So if I try to create this one at once, I cannot, because I am going to actually blend this one with a little bit of a stronger blue in it. Can you see it? Because right now everything is too bright. So and this blue, it doesn't have to be exactly what color that is, because any color you want to use is okay. It's just a marble. But isn't it just kind of, when I look at the marble inside, I remember when I was young, it was mesmerizing. And I'm like, oh my God, how in the world that people can make this? And I wasn't exposed to probably a lot of fancy things. I was exposed to dirt at the time, so kind of growing up in country. So marble was, for me, fancy, fascinating. Okay, stir it. I'm gonna go this darker because of this one I want to wait until it dries out later. I like that tip of red showing through it. You see, sometimes I find this little thing here. I like this. Okay, I think it's maybe dry enough. Let's go for it. And this is actually darker than here. I made it this one quite dark. So because I made it this one quite dark, I need to go this one darker. Let's do it. Indigo, Prussian blue, and I think I'm gonna go for purple. Purple, yeah. And actually has a little bit of kind of greenish tone to it. That means there's a little bit of a yellow underneath. But we don't have a yellow, so I'm going to use a Scarlet Lake. Scarlet Lake has a little bit of yellow in it, okay? Okay, good. Only one thing I have to be careful is not to get out because it cannot background is lighter, so keep it. It would have been nicer just keep this light. Okay. All right, so that's kind of pretty good. And this one dried, and can you see this one is not that yellow, and this I didn't have this light, so I can actually go this one, a little bit of a green with lots of water to cover this one lighter because that's too yellow. And I have here a little bit of a dirty green right here, and I'm going to go a little bit of a purple in it to make dirty up. Okay. And this is kind of purple. So now this area kind of dries. Okay, I think I need to make this one. Oops. It's kind of oops means I went this one too strong. All right, I'm gonna wait until this area dries out so I can go a little stronger. Can you see it? Now, what I have to do is after this one dry, I have to bring this one up a little bit, kind of up to shape the roundness a little bit more. And I'm gonna go this one stronger to give it this roundness. Okay. All right, it's kind of there pretty good. How about this one? It's kind of dried. No? I'm gonna go this one darker. Right. So while this one is kind of everything drying out, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go for the I'm gonna go for the shadow. Okay, is the shadow or reflection? The reflection. All right. So when I look at this reflection, this one has more red and this one has more blue. Can you see it? And it's kind of purple goes together. So that's the idea. It doesn't have to be exactly the same, but I'm gonna go red first. Right under this red one. Can you see how strong I'm going? And this reflection is kind of comes together, so it doesn't matter. Kind of a little bit of blue comes in, but this is going to be all over too. And this one is right here. Kind of more purplish tone to it, but let's go for the red first. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to blend this one out, okay? Instead of going red all over all the same, I'm going to blend this one out. So when I apply other color can play with it, okay? If I go just dark, just stay dark. So darker red and lighter red, and it's going to play separately. It's kind of fun way, so, all right? So this one is actually this reflection, this guy's, and this one is going to be this guy. Go flat. This one is kind of, I'm going to wait until it's dry, and then I'm going to use the blue. instead of doing it together. If I do together, it'll be okay. But sometimes one overpower others. I cannot control how it goes. So if I wanted to control it, I can actually do this one. I'm gonna wet dry this one, okay? All right, if you can see how much you catch up. I did pretty good within an hour. I did pretty good within an hour. Okay, what's next? I gotta wait until this one dries out. Okay. Okay, it's kind of pretty centered this way. All right. It would have been perfect without these stupid things. This is my finger. Because I applied background pretty good. Then, boom, that's what it happened. All right. It's kind of, I have a, pretty much most of the color is kind of done. But I think this one is kind of a little bit too orangish. So I want to make that one darker. Kind of that means then I'm going to use maybe probably permanent rose. I think so I want to have a little bit of permanent rose in it. This is more like a alizarin crimson and permanent rose mix. I want to have this soupy red, dark red. Not too pink, but this is like alizarin crimson, and I'm going to mix with even, what is it, magenta in it. So darker red, little watery. I don't want to go this one too thick, okay, because I just want to cover this one up one more time. Yeah, that's better. Because of this one is just too orange. It kind of doesn't have the power that I want it to give. If I see some of the area a little bit yellowish kind of coming through it, see, if I wanted to, I can always just scrub this one off and apply yellow. Instead of try to save that area and try to have yellow around it or something, then it's too much obstacle to create smooth application. Okay. The red is pretty good. Oops. My black was in my brush. My blue was on my brush. Looks good. It's kind of a instead of kind of feathering it with these rough edges. It kind of softens it better that way. Okay, I think that one is kind of doing it. It's kind of sure. It's kind of damp. I think we can actually do that. And I need to study where I want to go, what I wanted to do with it. I think so I want to have this one, the tribute of a blue. If it's just too much light, if I have too much light, sometimes it just kind of spread out my interest too much. And I think this one, I think so I'm going to have even a little bit of a more red, even kind of stronger yellow to it. But I'm going to go this little bit of red instead of a yellow. Okay, kind of purple dirty. Instead of a dirty looking, I'm going to go this little redder. So it's kind of move on to this one a little bit better. Yeah. Now I go this area. Okay, now it's dried out, so I can actually go this one stronger, greenish. Actually, instead of going this way, actually this one is kind of closing up right here. Okay. Okay. This is kind of always, not because I have to do something, I always look for what can I do next. Can you see it? I look for kind of area that I can actually work with. It doesn't mean that's the only way, because I just kind of happen to kind of spot that area first. Okay. But sometimes it tends to, if I have a green in my hand, and I will just kind of keep going for the green. It's not because that's what it's supposed to be, because it's easier. Okay. I think that this one is kind of trying out. I'm going to go for the reflection again. Okay. So this area, actually that more kind of purplish, I think it's a, what do you call, reddish, what do you call this one? I forgot. Oh, ultramarine. Jeez. Ultramarine blue. Okay. Reddish. Ultramarine blue is more dominant than depression blue, so I will just do that. I'm going to just blend this one out, okay? Because I wanted to create line. So usually I don't like to blend out this way, but it worked. Okay, so this one I'm gonna create, edges are, okay, I'm going to actually, it's not, this is hard edges. I wanna make this one little softer edges now. So this one is brush, it's like a synthetic brush, and it's just wet. So this one is barely wet. So when I touch this one just gently, it's just gonna create softer edges. So instead of kind of having a hard edges, we can just have instead of scrubbing it, we can just have softer edges now. You see, so what I did, so this is just regular synthetic brush, flat brush, and I just wet it and take the most of the water out. If it's a dry brush, it's not going to move, just kind of very little water, and just kind of touch the almost kind of scrubbing way. Right here too. It's not scrubbing, but it's like a touch that is the edges back and forth, and that's going to be soften it. Okay, that's better. Okay. And I need to wet dry this area so I can start working on this. The red was kind of connected together, but it's kind of separating this even reflection a little bit is, this is kind of has more blue to it, and this one has more red to it. And I need to dry this one to the other area, okay? see it? Well, I need my water. Okay. Still hot. Okay. And now I'm gonna go kind of blended this one out, but at the steer, I want to go this one a little blue now. Darker blue. It doesn't have to be because I can feel the warmth. If I do kind of when it's warm, when I apply color, it just soak in and it's kind of dry right away. So I don't have time to blend. Okay, that's pretty good. This side is pretty warm. Okay. I'm going to blend this one out. So now I know I wanted to soften this one with a brush. Can you see this one here? Because at this area, I'm going to add a lot darker, kind of red is coming in. And this area is going to be purplish. And I'm going to do that. More purplish than kind of than bluish. So I will just kind of do that. Why not? So I'm going to mix with a little bit of a mix it dioxide into, ooh, I had a clumps of my ultramarine. I don't want to have too much ultramarine. I want to have more purple and red. Because I want to have a little bit of a red in it. All right. Okay, so I wanted to show you how kind of when I just kind of play with the color right here. It's kind of just kind of looking at it's kind of dark, but it's darker purple, okay? And only I'm gonna do this one here because this one is red. I don't want to touch it, but I think this area I can actually touch it, right? Darker. Blend this one out. You see, there's a and after this one dries out, I can actually blend this one. I think I can just kind of use red, and it's just going to be not that strong. And the softer, this synthetic brush, kind of not much water, and I'm just going to touch the edges, just smooth it out, then just kind of, so it's not going to have a hard edges, but it's not blending out too much, just kind of disturbing this edges to make this one softer. Kind of. All right. It looks, so I have to wait this one completely dry before I do this one. And then actually we can after take the frisket off, and I wanted to scrub some of the area to kind of soften it. And some of the darker area I can actually go darker, but at this point that's what I wanted to do, just kind of leave it alone. So let's see how it goes. I think this already look like marble, isn't it? Looks clean and nice. All right, and I like this one wiping here. It's kind of, it draws the eye, it's kind of crossed all the way out. Without it, can you see it stops right here? If I don't have this one, I have to maybe just kind of cut it close to it or something, so it kind of opens up. But this one I think does a good job just being there. Okay, now I think it's just kind of, I'm gonna wait until it's completely dry, and except this one, I need to take the frisket off, and I'm gonna go this one a little bit different color than just white, because I have enough white here, and this one I don't want it to use yellow, but I'm gonna have it kind of that dark background, kind of a background color. I think that's what I'm gonna use. Yeah, you see that background is coming through it. And I think I want to have it this area same way. You see, because I have a white here and I have a white here, and this one and this one is kind of spreading out too much. So I'm going to do that this one too. Maybe a little bit of more water. Light, but has a little bit of a color in it. Okay. Better. Now, can you see it? Can I squint your eyes? I can see the only white. It's very little, but the white, this is almost like paper white. And this one is white. It's kind of moves up. So I'm just going to leave that one as is. Okay. All right, that looks good. And what's my next step? Always looking for next step. Maybe a little bit too bright. My chair is making a good sounds for the entertaining. Squeak, 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 squeak. See, it's kind of almost like dry brush. Because it has lots of texture to it. And this side, I'm going to flip over. And this part, it has a little bit of bluish, kind of hard, kind of circle. Yes, I'm gonna do that. A little thicker. It's not this kind of skinny line. It's actually a little thicker. Actually, all the way. And I'm gonna go back, accentuate a little bit more the darker area right here. I went overboard. It's okay. Something was wet. Okay. And now I thought this area was kind of dark enough to push it back, but still it doesn't. So I'm gonna go this one, more of little purplish, dirty purple. Dirty purple, I made it with Scarlet Lake and purple. Okay, so dirty purple. So I'm gonna, instead of layering it, I'm just gonna make that dirty right away. I need a little more red. I like this one. Okay, keep it that one. And now I want to push this one back. It has a little bit of green and red in it. You see, so because I don't know how the color that I wanted to end up with, because of so kind of, when I apply one side, other sides always kind of reacted to it, and that's, I'm just kind of go with it. I like that. Oh. Too bright this side. I just kind of muted off because it was gonna send out a little bit too much. I think all right. I think so. I'm gonna go with this one red, and I think then one thing I want to do is redder, kind of the outline that I have. And I'm going to have this one very gently scrubbed to soften it. And I use the pointy brush. It's just kind of only point. Here too. That one is kind of more like a red or okay. Where else? Okay, it's most of the kind of detail is done, and I'm gonna have this one red one more time, stronger red. And you see, before it was kind of strong, but it died, it disappeared, and so I can layer it again because I cannot pour it over stronger than what it is. So second time it's gonna be much stronger. All right. Let's make a drama. Okay, I think that's enough drama. And I wanted to introduce, even if there's not there, because I wanted to introduce a little bit of a red under to give kind of deeper color, because right now here is kind of a little flat. All right. Okay, I'm going to dry everything out this one, and I'm going to take the frisket off, okay? Okay, let's see. Looks good. Already looks good. And I think it's just kind of drying up. I'm gonna take the frisket off, okay? Okay, you haven't done this one, started or not, I'm not sure. But it was kind of hard to see where I put the frisket on it because it was kind of on the white and there's not much in it. But I'm gonna put this one close up. So if you wanna have like a screenshot or something, then you can actually see exactly where I frisket it. It's kind of, this is kind of close up. All right. And you see, you can see where the dotted line, whatever that is, that's where the frisket is, okay? Kind of a little crooked. Okay, this is better. Kind of weird, something's a little crooked. And you see, so after this, I'm going to scrub some of the area to soften. Some of them I'm just going to keep it as is, but some of them I'm going to soften it to just kind of disappear a little bit more. Okay. Okay, are you Done with this one? Okay, I'm gonna move on. All right, scrubbing to do, so I think I forgot to change my water. I need to change the water. All right. Okay. Main thing I wanted to scrub off is where the shaded shadow area. Okay, scrub brush. Oh, it's a little bigger one. You see, I just kind of circle around it. Because if you look at this, can you see this one is kind of fuzzied off the center area, center of the this is probably center parts of the marble. And said this one is kind of a little bit hard. I'm going to soften this one too because it is too hard. Better. And if you look at this one, it's kind of that light, what's kind of coming down a little bit here. And I didn't frisk it much, but I don't want to give this one too much highlight here. But just a little bit, kind of light, it's kind of shooting down. Make this bottom part more interesting. I don't want to be just circle. Okay, that looks good. Okay, and for this part, this one is kind of a little too big. I don't like it. So I wanted to have just kind of a little bit just like this left, kind of working on, and just soften this one. And after I clean my scrubbing brush, I always step it off water, okay? You don't want it to dump the water on the paper. I'm going to keep this one a little bit higher. And I think that's what I see is kind of a little bit fuzzy off in this line. I think so. I wanted to do that. Just want to give a little bit of highlight here. All right. Okay, its bottom is kind of a little fuzzy off. This looks good. And now This kind of top part is actually, I don't need much of a, I don't want it to just kind of blend this one out too much, because I just kind of mostly, I have a dots. But only one thing that I create this star is just kind of being too abrupt. This is Texas star. Oh, it is Texas star. Blue and red. Because I just want to make this one disappear a little, okay? So this one is kind of being too white. It's just kind of stand out too much. So what I will do is I'm going to blend this one out. Some of them I have to blend out. I'll blend out. You see, I am scrubbing, but scrubbing it with shaping it. I have to be careful. I'm dropping water all over the place. Okay, I'm going to. You see this area has to look like a yellow kind of light coming out, and I just applied everything with a kind of red. So do you remember, I'd rather have this one done later than I tried to save this one too much. So I'm going to take the color off a little bit. You see, because I'm not, so I am kind of lifting off. I'm not looking for white. I'm looking for lighter than what it is, okay? Because on top of it, if I apply any other kind of any color, it's not going to stand out. So I have, in order to apply yellow, I have to take some off. Okay, pretty good. And this one I just made up, so I can just kind of color it with some darker. And this one is here. Okay. Where's I wanted to have the little bit of yellow. You see, it's painting its journey. I do until I like it. So I kind of made a star, and now I'm thinking it's going to star was kind of a little bit too abrupt, and I'm just kind of scrubbing this one out to just kind of have a shape, and it look like a fire, kind of you can just kind of holding on to it, and it's kind of the fire.